So hello everyone on our first session today, and welcome Miroslav with this talk.
Hi everyone. So my name is Miroslav Mazel. I'm here to talk to you about Do práce na kole, which is a Czech bike to work campaign. But before I get to this campaign, I want to tell you a bit about the organization organizing it, which is Automat. This is a 20-year-old Czech non-profit organization that promotes efforts to improve the environment in cities around the Czech Republic. Besides this Do práce na kole initiative, they have several other projects. One of these is the Sustainable Urbanism Lab, which makes sure that cities' plans don't conflict with public interests and that they don't destroy important public spaces. So this is more of a political effort. Then there's Generation U, which is more of an educational effort, where people from this organization visit primary and secondary schools, and they have talks about sustainable transport. And then there's Zažít město jinak, which roughly translates to experience the city differently. And this is really about getting people to know their neighborhoods and livening up public spaces. This is organized locally. There's a day where people from the neighborhood organize workshops, concerts, theater shows, and more to really make sure that people know their environment and have a greater appreciation for their neighborhood. Now, as you probably noticed, two of these three projects are centered around modes of transportation. And really, this is also one of the main focuses of this organization. And it's the focus of this challenge that I'm here to talk to you about today. So about this challenge, how does it work? So first off, the process is relatively simple. The first step, if you want to be an attendee, is to maybe ask your company if it wants to participate. It's usually companies that take part of this challenge. And even if your boss or superior says, no, we don't want to participate, you can still participate as an individual, so that's possible too. But if they say yes, then that creates an effort inside the company. You get more people maybe competing with you, and there's an initial fee to take part in this organization, in this challenge. So it's also better for you if your organization pays that fee for you, supports you in this challenge. For this sign-up fee, you get a welcome package with a T-shirt. And once you have that, and once the competition starts, you bike or walk or run to work. Basically, you can use any non-motorized way of getting to work. If you don't use it, that's somewhat acceptable. You just have to track it. Every day you track your runs or walks or travel to work. And if you happen to take the car or public transport, you track it. It counts against you, but if you use ecological modes of transport most of the time, you're still able to basically win the challenge. And that's the last step. You win prizes. You can win prizes, you get entered into a draw, and then each city has different prizes that people can win from that city. Now, this challenge has been happening for 13 years around various cities around the Czech Republic. There's typically now 3 challenges during the year. There's a 30-day one in May, there's a 14-day one in September, and there's a 7-day one in January. So showing that people that even in the winter, you can still take your bike or run or walk to work. Why are we doing this? Well, It turns out that personal transportation accounts for around 15% of all greenhouse gas emissions, and this is an ecological effort to reduce that. That's one component of it. Some other components are really raising awareness about the possibility to travel to work in a sustainable way, and not just raise awareness, but also make it easier for people to choose these modes of transportation. So showing them that it can be done, showing organizations, those tend to be involved too, that it can be done, having people change their habits, having organizations change perhaps the work environment so that it's easier for people to park their bike near work. And also to motivate cities to develop safe infrastructure so that people can use their bikes around the city more easily. Who participates in this contest? Well, it's the civil society, so generally people from the public. It's the private sector, so companies tend to be involved. As I said, it's usually companies that encourage this among their workers, and people generally ask their companies if they'd like to participate. And it's also municipalities, so it's up to cities to organize events as well as prizes for people in that city. And it's this marriage of multi-sector collaboration that really makes this challenge work, because when you have collaboration across all of these sectors, then you can have much more impact because everyone, and address systemic problems because everyone here is involved. It's not just one sector trying to push the other sectors into making a change. If you look at what's been motivating people to get involved, this is according to a survey. One of the main motivators is really improving the environment, making sure that the environment is better. It's also finding community in the people who participate. It's improving their fitness. You know, it's also nice to bike to work because you're not sedentary the whole day. Even if you work in an office, it's good to get outside a bit and get some exercise. It's about lowering emissions, and also it helps people because it's nice, psychologically good to be outside for a bit, breathe clean air. So even the psychological impact is important for people. This May's challenge had 25,625 participants, more than 2,500 companies participating in 52 cities, and that's significant in and of itself because all of these companies and all of these cities are at least showing some interest in making biking work throughout the city. And these companies oftentimes make changes such as making sure that people have a place to shower after they get to work after biking, or that there is a place to park their bike at the company. But it also has some other forms of impact. So there's an estimated, just this May, 739 tons of CO2 saved alone. From our survey, it seems that 99% of people who take part in this challenge plan to continue in some capacity. Just take that with a grain of salt, but it does show that we're showing people that it's possible to bike to work, and then they are enjoying it and see the value of it. And this contest over the years has reached more than 130,000 people in the Czech Republic, which is a relatively sizable portion of the Czech populace. And this is individual people. This is not just attendees. So with duplicates weeded out. So this challenge has quite a bit of impact. The reason why I'm presenting it to you today is because I've been involved with a redesign that's coming to the system. So there's more gamification coming into the system where you record your travel to work. So that's coming up. And the reason why I thought it'd be good to show at this conference is because it's based around open source. So all of these systems, the back end, the front end, all of that's open source. You can find it here at this GitHub link. They're using the GPL for this system. And if you happen to be from another country, you're more than welcome to try to replicate this challenge in your own country. If you're from the Czech Republic and want to help, you can help develop either as a volunteer using the standard GitHub PR processes, or part-time jobs are possible as well. Sometimes there's work that needs to be done and Automat can afford to pay. Sometimes you just need to pay before dev project shows up. But either way, let us know about yourself and we'd be happy to collaborate. And this is how you can reach us. Dominika Lentárová is the project manager, so she's the main contact person, but you can, if you visit the website, you can also find contact links there. All right, I think we have a bit of time for questions. Yes?
Where I come from, the limiting factor of such initiatives is the lack of dedicated bike lanes. How do you work, I don't know if that's an issue in Czech Republic, but how do you work with the government to improve that infrastructure?
So the question was, in general, there can be a problem with a lack of bike lanes. And the question is, how do we collaborate with local governments to make changes in this area? I would say that the factor here is that the cities are involved themselves. So this topic usually oftentimes isn't on the mind of cities. By involving them, this at least brings the topic up to them and they see that it is something to think about, to consider in future plans. That doesn't necessarily mean that every city that is involved will make huge changes and introduce bike lanes where there aren't any. But it does mean that they're thinking about it more and there's more hope for changes going into the future. Also, I should mention that there is another aspect to this collaboration with cities, because cities can use the data that's collected throughout this challenge and they can use it to make better plans going into the future. So they can better plan on, they can see through the data, where maybe they should focus on more, which places would be a good fit for better bike lanes. Yes?
What data do you collect and is that public?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
What kind of data do you collect and is it public?
Right. So the question is what kind of data we collect and if it's public. So right now there's data about how the number of kilometers traveled. There's also data about paths that people can choose to share, but there's different ways to record paths. One is you record the precise places where you've been, but you can also just record the kilometers. So it's up to people whether they choose to share their path or not. But this is also given to the cities. It's not public per se, but this information is provided to cities. Yeah, there's after every challenge, there's like a final summary of the challenge that collects, that basically showcases data related mass data related to the challenge. So how many kilometers have been traveled overall, how many people participated, etc. So data like this. Yes?
Do you get cities to, companies compete with each other as well as individuals,
Uh,
perhaps likewise cities.
So the question was whether we get companies competing with each other as well. Yes, we do have sorting competition amongst not just individuals, but also teams within a company, also cities, and also companies themselves, so people can choose where they rank. Yeah, they can see where they rank. And we're out of time, so thank you all for attending. Yeah, and if you have any questions, feel free to contact us.
Hello everyone, my name is Zohar. I work at Red Hat and I'm gonna talk about leadership. Okay, so it's a great thing to get into DevConf, but then I realized that I actually need to talk about leadership. So I went online, I Googled it, providing leadership as an individual contributor, and the first page of the results was amazing. I had some really great articles there. I chose the top 3 for you. You can go ahead and check them out online. I really encourage you to read them because they had really great stuff. Like they talk about lead by example and how you should take on project management and widen your influence and great practices that you can do to develop your own leadership as an individual contributor. But I guess that's not what you came here for, right? I mean, if you're in this talk, maybe you're an individual contributor. You're definitely interested in leadership. And you're probably intelligent if you came here to see me. And I don't take for granted people spending time to see me talk. But if you're intelligent, you can probably Google it on your own and read the articles on your own. You don't need me for that. So I thought to myself, what can I give you? What is my added value? So let me take a day-to-day situation you probably all know. You get tagged to review something, to look into something in Slack, in GitHub, or anything, and you get tagged with a bunch of people. What do? Do you take it on yourself? Or maybe wait for one of the other guys to take it? We'll get back to that. I want to take you 22 years ago when I was young and handsome. I was an officer in the Israeli army. And in officers training, I remember we had this week, it was week number 7. They took us all out of the base to this place, and we had all these team building activities and leadership activities. And one of the activities was called self-improvement group, where you sit around in a circle, the entire team, like 15 people, sit around in a circle, and you go by one, and when it's your turn, everyone goes and gives you feedback. Like they tell you stuff, things to keep about your leadership, things to improve. Like you're a good listener, you're not assertive enough, and stuff like that. So we went around, everyone by their turn. And when it was my turn, people said some stuff, but no one had anything that I can improve. And that was really bombing for me. I really wanted to learn. I really wanted to find stuff to improve, and no one had anything like meaningful to tell me. So I went ahead outside of this activity, and then this one guy from my team came, and maybe he was shy to speak in front of everyone, I don't know. And then he came and he told me this sentence. He said, "People see you as a leader. They wait for you to lead, but you just don't take it." And that sentence really changed my perspective about leadership. Leadership is not something that someone can assign to you. No one can tell you, okay, you're the leader, and that makes you the leader. It doesn't work like that. And it's also not part of a role. It's not like if they make you manager or they make you team lead, you're all of a sudden a leader. And it's something that you have to take on yourself and develop on yourself. And what helps me to take on leadership is to always ask myself, what if there was no one else? So if we go back to that first slide where I showed you tagging of a lot of people, you want to ask yourself, okay, what if there's no one else? And then you're the one taking it. Let's look into a different situation. So let's say you're a leader, you're working with a bunch of teams on a project, and it's a complex project with multiple teams involved and a lot of integration and stuff like that. And you know, things happen. It doesn't always go as planned. Maybe one team didn't deliver on time. Maybe one team had too many bugs. Maybe the integration didn't go as you expected. So the first thing we would do is ask ourselves, okay, who is responsible? But what you really mean is, whose fault is this? And I want to talk about the effects of complaining. So complaining has great benefits. I mean, if you're complaining or blaming someone else, then you take the heat off of yourself, and you can get off the hook 1 or 2 times. But eventually, people don't like to hear other people complain. And another thing about complaining is that people have a wrong perception of complaining. So people think that this is the equation. Like, if you don't have the result, but you can complain about it, or you have good excuses or good reasons, that equals having the result. But life doesn't work like that. In life, if you don't deliver, your customers will leave. And they will leave even if you had the best reasons not to deliver. So what can you do? So you remember that question, who is responsible? There is always one answer to that. I'm responsible. Responsibility, same as leadership, can't be assigned. No one can tell you you're the one responsible. You have to take it. And if I am 100% responsible, then I'm not looking at what happened up until now. I'm looking at what can be done from here on to advance us. And what actions can I take? And who can I ask to assist me with those actions? So this talk is about individual contributors. And the key difference between an individual contributor and a manager in terms of leadership is the authority. So when you're a manager and you have people report to you, then you have the authority. You can make them or motivate them to do stuff because you control their salary, their advancement at work, promotion, and that's one way to motivate people that individual contributors don't have. So what do individual contributors have? What individual contributors can have is inspiration. You want to inspire the people around you to follow you, to take the actions. How do you do that? The way to do that, like one way to do that, is to ask yourself, what is my added value? Same way I did when I went into that presentation. I could have given you the links to Google to go with yourself, but then I asked myself, okay, what can I give you? What is my added value? And another thing to look at is, who is my role model? Because all of us, we have someone that we look up to as a leader, whether it's someone we work with or used to be our manager. It's the person that we go to when we need help, when we want them to review our presentations or our work or anything. And I always ask myself, what would that person do? And I try to apply it on myself. So you're a leader now, and the next step for you is allowing new leaders to grow around you, because that's another aspect of leadership. And let's take that first slide where I get tagged with another bunch of people. Let's say one of those people is David. So I can take doing the code review on myself. Or I can give David the opportunity to grow. And I can tell him, hey David, you mind taking a look at this? And I'll be there to mentor him and support him with whatever he needs. That allows other leaders to grow. Before I give you time to questions, I want to leave you with some questions. And those are questions that, if you ask yourself, can be the key to develop your own leadership. You want to ask yourself at every situation, what if there was no one else? What can be done from here on? What is my added value? And how can I help other leaders grow? That's all for me. I'll take questions now. Yes, please.
The example you put with David, where do you draw the line between mandating David to do it and giving David the opportunity to take the responsibility?
So I'll repeat the question. The question was, where do you draw the line? In the example I gave with offering David to take the review, where do you draw the line between asking David specifically to do it, like mandating him, or giving him the opportunity, right? Is that the question? So that's what I was talking about, authority. If I was David's manager, I could have told him, go ahead, do that. I don't know if that's the managerial approach I'd like to take as a manager, but I always like to give people the opportunity, because I really see that as an opportunity, and I would present it as an opportunity for him. Another way to present it as an opportunity is to walk with him hand by hand. So you mind taking a look at this? I'm gonna be there reviewing it with you. If you have questions, I'm here to answer. And that presents it more like an opportunity than as a duty. Yes, please.
So I have a question, because you had this very nice slide about responsibility, taking responsibility. Then you go into leadership without authority, into this concept. And now my question is, because there are projects that ship is fun, and manager of your manager needs a scapegoat. And if you follow this model, how do you avoid landing in the zone of leadership without authority, so that how do you prevent yourself from becoming a scapegoat? Because it's very nice in projects that succeed, but there are projects that don't, and if the project was expensive enough and it failed, there will be someone who tries to blame someone. So what do you do so that you are not the one?
I'll try to repeat the question, because it was a long question. But in summary, the question was, how much time do we have? 2 minutes. The question was, where you work in a project that has a lot of teams involved, and there's a tendency to look for someone that's their fault, who's a scapegoat. How do you avoid being the scapegoat, or how do you protect yourself from being the scapegoat? You can't. I mean, if someone wants to pinpoint you, they will. But again, what you want to ask yourself is, what do I do from here? Do I whine about it, about them blaming me? Or do I look forward and take this as the opportunity to grow, as the opportunity to see how can I advance this project? Because you can be scapegoat once. They're going to put it all on you once. But if you're going to be whining about it, they're going to put it on you twice. But if you're going to say, okay, you know what? Okay, I'm taking this and I'm moving on, you're not going to be the victim again. Do we have time? Yeah, maybe. Short question. Anyone else? Okay, thanks everyone.
Mic check. Je to audio v pohodě?
Oh, jo.
You can start. Do you want to make your own introduction or should we
Sure, I can just start then.
just switch to, oh yeah, push it.
All right, so hi everyone, my name is Patrick. I work for Red Hat as a software engineer for the community platform engineering team. And my colleagues Lenka and David were supposed to be here with me to present with me, but unfortunately they could not make it. So today I would like to talk to you about authorizing OpenShift hosted projects to community members in Fedora. And let's begin. So first I would like to go over some background about how all of this came about. A couple of years ago, we had a thing called CommuniShift, which was a community-facing OpenShift cluster for the community to like run and deploy and test apps, experiment and learn on. This cluster was retired back in 2020, I think, in a data center move. And then in Q3 of 2022, CPE was tasked with solving a couple of the blockers that were holding up the release of the replacement cluster. There were a couple of areas that we have had to solve. First one was self-service administration of projects with little or no added work for the infra team, because we had a lot of tickets being opened regularly that were requesting access to the systems. Another one was that we needed a way to sync the Fedora account system and the cluster, and we needed this to happen automatically. And the last one is that the Fedora account system API uses Kerberos authentication, so we needed a key tab. Okay, as a quick aside here, I would like to briefly describe what an Ansible operator is. So it is a Kubernetes native application that consists of two parts. First one is a small chunk of code that just handles the interface between OpenShift and the operator. And the second one is a container that receives events from that code and then can run Ansible playbooks as is required. These operators can then be managed by the operator framework, which is like an open source toolkit, and it can be managed in an effective and automated manner. So what advantages does creating your operators with Ansible offer? First off, it's easier to write as Ansible and Operator SDK, the project that I mentioned, abstract away all of the difficult parts of writing an operator, such as having to know relatively low-level programming languages like Golang or being familiar with Kubernetes internals. And you also have immediate access to any module that Ansible can run, including custom modules that you can write, which is what we also did as part of the initiative. Solution to the problem that I was describing earlier was to write an Ansible operator named CommuniShift authorization, which connects to the Fedora account system API, retrieves all of the CommuniShift named groups and the group membership, then connects to the OpenShift API and syncs it. You can configure how often it should reconcile. We went with 20 minutes. Second operator that I would like to talk about is fast to discourse, because once we had the CommuniShift authorization operator done, we realized that this approach could be used for more than just that one service. And fast to discourse syncs the again, from the Fedora account system, it syncs the group membership to Fedora discussion, which is a discourse instance that we have, and like kind of forums where you can talk to members of the Fedora community. Okay, so here is a little graphic of how it works. On the left, we have the Fedora account system, which is our single source of truth regarding users and group membership. And it allows us fine-grained access to various systems that we have in the Fedora community. Group sponsors can add and remove members here from their group. And what we lacked was a mechanism to sync these changes to the various systems that we have, which is where the operator comes into play. It's the sync in the middle. So once we have the information in the Fedora account system, the operators retrieve it and sync it to Fedora discussion or CommuniShift groups respectively, as we are talking about two separate operators. This approach could also be used in the future for any other service, and I reckon we will do it again at some point. So on the last slide here, I have a little demo. So on the left, you can see the web UI of FAS, where project admins can add or remove users from their groups. And on the right, you can see we are interacting with the CommuniShift cluster and retrieving the groups. And in the GIF here, bottom left, I am being removed from and then re-added to the CommuniShift admins group. The operator then picks up the changes and syncs it to the cluster. And the users, once this is done, can then log into OpenShift and have access to their project, at least in theory, as the cluster has not yet been fully re-released. So this was a lightning talk, so it was just a brief overview of what we did. But if anyone is interested in digging into the technical details of how we did it, here are a couple of useful links. The first two contain the source code of the actual operators. This is all from me. Thank you for your attention and have a pleasant rest of the day.
So, all right, hello everybody. I'm going to be talking about containerizing the operating system and how to do that efficiently. So before that, a bit about me. Who am I? I am an intern on the CoreOS team, and I'm also pursuing computer engineering at the University of Toronto, and here are my contact details. So let's start with the agenda. So why are we even containerizing the OS? This is what I'm going to answer first. And then how? How do we containerize it? And the more important question, how do we do this efficiently and intelligently? And the third part is, what did I achieve from this? So let's start with which operating system am I talking about? We're talking about CoreOS, which is a Linux distribution specialized for containerized workloads. And how it came about to be was from the merger of two different projects, Container Linux and Project Atomic, which brought together two very important open source projects, Ignition and RPMOS3. And they helped solve some of the most important requirements of being a container host, which were the operating system should be lightweight, it should be configurable, it should be up-to-date, immutable, and should work on many infrastructure. So while doing this, we came across several challenges. The first one was obviously configuring the operating system. Now, when you have already provisioned your operating system onto your infrastructure, you need to think about how do you make changes to these config files. That was the first problem. The second one was how do you handle adding the packages, RPM packages, or handling unpackaged data to the base operating system after the node has been provisioned, right? So these were the three challenges we had. And the solutions we initially had, I mean, the solution to these problems exist. And the first one was Ignition reprovisioning, which means you write butane configs, you change whatever you needed to, and you basically reprovision the entire system. And obviously, this is slow and not the most efficient way to do things. And the second thing was using client-side package layering, aka RPMOS3 install the package name, right? But now what this meant is that each of the client nodes needed to basically run like a script which basically handle RPMOS3 install. And doing that might lead to problems, right? Because what if one of the nodes gets into an unmanaged state and there comes to problems, right? You don't want to SSH into one of the nodes and try to fix things over there. And also there's no one way of testing it, right? Because the customer needs to ship out this new package and they haven't tested that before. And if something fails, it becomes increasingly hard to manage that. But the solutions we wanted now was, what if we could do all of this on the customer side in just one single update? And this update not being delivered from the base operating system, but from the customers that needed it, right? And also, if there was a way to basically do server-side layering, which means the customer could basically, if they wanted to add a package, they could basically test this already on the base operating system and then deploy it. Basically, the layer part and the building part could be done as a single operation. And thus came our need for CoreOS layering, which means you could manage your entire operating system with the help of Docker files. Any configuration change you needed to do, if you want to add any packaged data, unpackaged data, you could basically ship out as an update to your container image. And this is the part when I showed up. Everything that I've told you till now is what I inherited from the team. And this is when I actually came as an intern on the team. And this is the problem that I tackled. How to containerize the operating system efficiently? Now we get to the question. But hold on to this thought again. Let's give us a refresher on how our container images actually stored, right? So they're stored using this thing called overlay.fs, which is a union mount file system. And just to give a briefer on this, it contains of two different layers. One is the image layers, which means they're also known as the lower directories, which are read-only, which means that they cannot be modified. And there are several of these. And there's only one container layer on the top of them, which is read and write, and which is ephemeral storage, right? Whatever changes you make to your container is only made to the container layer. And as soon as you destroy that container, all the ephemeral storage gets destroyed, right? And what you see on the top is the overlay, the changes that you made. Now, from this, we can infer that if we could somehow divide the operating system files into these layers, we could efficiently containerize the operating system. So there are several ways to divide the operating system files. The first of them is to do it arbitrarily, like put random files into one, put random files in another. And the second one could be do it using the Linux file structure, like /boot/var/proc, put it into one of those layers. But the one that I chose was using by segmenting the files through like the RPMs. Like if all the files belong to one RPM, it would form a single block, right? And why did I do this? Because RPMs form the basic building block of an operating system. And if one of these like bash files or one of these binary files within them change, the entire RPM package changes. And okay, so now we tackled the first part of the problem. But how do we do this efficiently? So what does efficient mean? Imagine you have an operating system with just two very simple packages, glibc and OpenSSL. And you need to containerize this. So let's say you have two different layers on like Fedora CoreOS, two different layers of the container image. And like arbitrarily, you put both of these packages in the first layer, and you keep the second layer empty. And an important part of this is that all of these layers are cached on the client side, right? But when you get an update, what happens is if glibc updates, the entire layer needs to be updated because the SHA of the entire layer changed, right? And OpenSSL will be needed to download again, which is not efficient. Could we do this in a better way? Obviously, we can. We can split this into two different layers, and now only if glibc updates, only glibc needs to be re-downloaded, right? So essentially, we have created a design requirement for ourselves, which is minimizing layer deltas across upgrades. The other design requirements exist also, which is like the function needs to be deterministic, right? The algorithm needs to be deterministic. The third one is that it needs to be a two-way function. That means you could reversibly go from an operating system to a container image and back to that exact same version. And this is the most important part. When I was talking about the overlay FS, how it works is using kernel mounts, right? And there is a hard limit, or you could almost say it's a bug from the kernel that there's a limit on the amount of kernel mounts that you can do, which means there's a limit on the number of container layers that you can put, and which is right now 128. And for people who are interested in like academia, this could be boiled down to multi-objective bin packing problem, since there's a limited amount of bins and you got to put a lot of these packages in it. So let's start with the naive approach in our solution quest. Let's put each RPM into one layer and the next RPM to the next layer and keep doing this. But obviously this doesn't work, right? Because we have greater than 400 RPMs in the operating system, especially in Fedora CoreOS, and there's only 128 layers. This doesn't work out. So let's try a better approach. Use some data. Let's use size, for example. You sort these RPM by size, so the biggest RPMs never get re-downloaded again and again. So when you do that, you put you sort them by size and you put the biggest in each layer, and the last layer will contain all the little small packages. But when we did this, when I tried this approach, the last layer actually becomes really, really big. And if a single package like worth about 1 MB changes, the entire like 200 MB worth of layer needs to be downloaded. Again, this is not the most efficient manner to do this. So why not let's go all the way in? Let's use all the data. Let's not even infer. Let's give all the specifications about what the RPM is made up of and give it to deep learning algorithms, right? Why not? And it would really work well because we could define our loss function as the layer deltas, and this would work really well. But the problem with this one is it's not deterministic. It is slow and unreliable, and you don't want your like package manager or like RPMOSG to run a deep learning algorithm every single time you do a build, right? That's not what you want from an operating system. So hence, I came up with this approach where I made an observation that if you have a layer which has two packages and that one of those packages are updating at a higher frequency than the other, then these two packages should not be kept together because one of them would keep updating constantly, another one would just stay there and keep getting re-downloaded every single time. That's not efficient, right? So what you do is you can like just separate them out, right? So I was talking about what is high frequency package, what is low frequency package, but how do you essentially classify them? The way we can classify them is using simple statistics, mean and standard deviation. If a package frequency falls below 3 standard deviations away from the mean, you could classify it as a low frequency. And if it falls above 3 standard deviations, like above from the mean, then it classifies as a high frequency. Now, obviously, there are much more like subtleties to this approach, but this is a more boiled down diagram of what I did. Now what we can do, once we have developed those high frequency, high size, low frequency, low size, and all of those matrix, what we see when I do a scatter plot is these. And you can see they form these natural clusters, right? And these natural clusters can be seen at high frequency, low size, and all of them, right? Like, and there's a lot of them pushed into this lower frequency, low size kind of ones. So what we can do, since we have partitioned away high frequency from the low frequency, high size from the low size, what we can do is from each of these partitions, take a few packages and put them into a layer. Now what we have essentially done is that we have separated away high frequency from the low frequency. So from each, if we do this for each partition and sort them by frequency, then what we can assure is that these two frequencies never get really mixed, right? But if you keep doing that for each layer, what can happen is that it might go beyond the limit, right? It might go beyond the 128 package limit. And then what we can do is just merge some of these layers if they are in the same partition. That way we still avoid mixing these partitions together. And the other problem that I came up with is if you keep doing this for every single build, it'll become highly sensitive to the changes of the RPM, right? So instead of computing this algorithm every single major build, what if we only did it in Y and Z streams, right? Sorry, if we only did this in the X stream, which means in the major build, and in Y and Z, just take the package structure of the major build. And this way we ensure to like recompute this algorithm every single time and change the packaging structure, which makes it like slow, right? So to summarize the approach, you first split the operating system files into different RPMs, like all of these files owned by a single RPM goes into one of these packages, right? And obviously there are files that belong to none, and they go into one of the other packages. And you basically divide the operating system files like these. Then you use data to basically segment these RPM packages into these partitions. And once you have segmented them, you can put them into layers, right? Simple approach. So let's talk about the results now. So the results were actually good because we found there was a 30% reduction in the redundant data being downloaded across upgrades, like as compared to the previous data approach where we only use size. Here we use size and frequency, so we use more data and we help optimize the way it was packaging. And it also fulfills other requirements. It's deterministic since we're not using any machine learning algorithm. It's a two-way function. We can reversely go front and back. And we also adhere to the number of layers, which is the maximum number of layers, which is 128. And now I want to talk about what's next. So I started with the problem of bin packing, right? Because there was a limited amount of bins. But there's this new thing called ComposeFS, which is like an extension of OverlayFS, which prevents like which prevents like a higher number of kernel mounts being actually being present. So instead of each layer having a single kernel mount, it like basically merges them together, and which is a better approach. And you wouldn't need to do all of these fancy things just to get across the kernel bug, right? So and it also has other like optimizations done to provide file system verification. And yeah, if you want to get involved, there are some links that you guys can look at. And yes, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
I'm just curious, how many layers are today you're having when you're building this optimization?
Yeah, good question, because sorry. Oh yeah. So the question was, how many layers are we actually shipping right now, right? So obviously, since this is a feature that allows the customer to efficiently like use their operating system as a container image and derive some layers from it, we don't want to occupy all the 128 different layers, right? Because you still want to keep the leeway for the customers to basically add their own packages, add their own customizations, right? So right now we are doing with 64 layers, like basically half of the entire limit. So the customer still has the rest of the 50% like container layers left to basically put in their customizations. Yep. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe this information is outdated, but I remember reading that you were supposed to have as fewer layers as possible in order to have best performance. Does it enter the picture? Does it affect the performance, or does it not?
Well, I tried this. I tried different. So basically, the question is, if you have lower layers in a container image, it performs better. And is that true or not? So I saw some Reddit articles mentioning that yes, it does affect the performance. But when I actually tried doing this, I didn't see much difference, honestly, because these layers are cached on the client side, right? So once it's cached, you don't really need to do anything on it. Anytime it gets updated, it will just pull that delta from the container registry and do it. So as far as to my knowledge, it did not affect. We are out of time, so I think we can talk about this after. Thank you.
start. So hi everybody, I'm Sahana Prasad. I work for the crypto team at Red Hat. I've helped co-maintain OpenSSL for about 2 years, both in Fedora and in RHEL. My topic for today is migration of OpenSSL from distgit to sourceGit in Fedora, with the idea that downstream package maintenance could be a bit more easier. So we'll talk about what is distgit, what are the shortcomings of distgit, how do we address the shortcomings of distgit using sourceGit, a tool called Packet that would help us create a sourceGit repository. We'll define a workflow for development in sourceGit, and we'll do a short demo at the end. So what is downstream package maintenance? While upstream open source communities create original source code, downstream is an entity that consumes this code, packages it, and distributes it into various Linux distributions. So what does a downstream maintainer do? A downstream maintainer packages and distributes it, this is the responsibility, into Fedora, RHEL, and CentOS. Downstream maintainer also adds downstream patches that could be feature requests from customers, security bugs, critical vulnerabilities, and so on as downstream patches on top of source tarballs. Where are all these packages stored? These packages to be maintained are stored in a distribution Git repository called distgit. Distgit is designed originally to hold RPM sources. So for every package, the contents of distgits are the following. There are downstream patches, there is a source file that points to the upstream tarball, and there's a spec file that acts as a rule book to govern how package maintaining should happen. It's important to note here that distgit does not track the upstream source Git history. It only tracks the files that we spoke about now. If we talk about OpenSSL in general, we have about 49 patches that we maintain downstream. So every time we did a new rebase to a newer release of upstream, we felt that a Git rebase could have done a better job than manually changing multiple patches. And reviewing patches is also not a lot of fun, especially when you submit patches to a patch, you need to have the entire source code open to know the context and stuff like that. And most of our fixes in Fedora or in RHEL are direct cherry picks from the upstream source, but distgit does not have room to accommodate for cherry picking. And in general, to create multiple patches for different releases across different distributions could really become cumbersome. Just the general idea is that code should not move around. There should be a tool to help us do this for us. So then we come to sourceGit. I asked ChatGPT, could we address these concerns, and can you define what is sourceGit for me? And it said, sorry, unrecognized until 2021. I haven't been trained to answer this question. But really, sourceGit is gaining a lot of importance over the few years. Packages like kernel, Python, systemd, and other packages have been using sourceGit for a while now. So what is sourceGit? SourceGit, on the other hand, tracks upstream source history. Okay? You can consider it as equivalent to distgit, except that instead of source tarballs, we directly work with upstream source files, and instead of downstream patches, you apply them as Git commits on top of your upstream source code. So it maintains upstream Git history. It could be treated as an add-on to distgit in day-to-day use for package maintenance. And to see how a sourceGit repository works, each package can have its own rules. And here we're looking at a standard tool we could use to create one for us. So Packet to our rescue. Packet is an open source tool that helps us to easily configure a sourceGit repository just with a few commands. So if you look at the sourceGit init command, all you need to have prior to this is a fork or a clone of OpenSSL package from your Fedora distgit, and directly have the source from OpenSSL upstream source repository. And it creates certain directories, first called the .distro directory, which will have all the files that were already in your distgit except the patches, because we don't work with patches in sourceGit. Then you have a spec file that is tracked here, and a sourceGit YAML file, which has all the files that are to be copied to distgit. So we can also sync between sourceGit and distgit. If you run this command, then whatever change you make on your source Git repository directly reflects on the dist-git repository. So now with the previous command, we created a source Git repository. On top of that, you can add code, you can add a commit, or you can cherry pick a commit. And after that, you run this sync command, and directly you get patches in your corresponding dist-git, and it's updated in the spec file. So to generally define a workflow of how we could use this in downstream maintenance, first you need to check out, you need to find out what is your latest release of the software you want in your source Git repository, find that out and create a source Git repo using packet, and check if all the downstream patches were correctly applied as commits and there were no merge conflicts. And since in Fedora we work with many releases like Rawhide, F38, F37 and so on, you need similar branches also in your source Git repository to track the same thing and to be in sync. So check out a branch in source Git, make your changes, commit your changes and push this, and create a pull request and configure packet to create one automatically. You could do this as well. And once you review a pull request in dist-git, you can merge it and you're done. The question for rebasing to newer upstream releases, there are slight modifications for the same. You will have your Rawhide branch, treat that as add a tag to this Rawhide branch called 3.0.8, because now you have a new Rawhide which will track your new upstream release. And then cherry pick all of the commits that existed on your previous Rawhide 3.0.8 version. Now you will face with a lot of changes. You will have to manually fix all the merge conflicts because you're rebasing to a newer version. You would have done the same using patches too. So fix that here, and then if you run a update command, you'll see the patches on dist-git, but just be careful to use this upstream ref tag so that the Git history is tracked from the latest version. In our case, the latest version we want to put in Fedora is 3.1.1. Now let's look at a demo. Yeah, so on the right hand side, I have a clone from Fedora dist-git. Right side acts as the dist-git, left is the source Git. OpenSSL I have Fedora. It's 3.0.8 like I mentioned. I'm opening the spec file and I'm seeing what's the last patch added. The numbers are not contiguous here, 100. Now I move to the source Git part. Here I've only checked out the upstream sources from OpenSSL. I'll create a new branch Rawhide here with the tag 3.0.8. Now I want to create a source Git repo, right? So I run this init command. So to this init command, you need to provide the tag and two repositories. One is your source Git and one is your dist-git. Bear with me, this download part takes a few seconds. So at this step, we'd be expecting that all the downstream patches we saw, there were about 40 but named as 100, all of them just being rebased as commits on my latest source. So if you see the logs, it's a bit fast, but all the patches are being converted. You'll see the last line here, the rebase patches from dist-git master. Yeah, so if I go back to source OpenSSL now, this is a source Git repository. So I should be seeing the .distro repo here. So look at the OpenSSL file now, and here I see that no patches were there at all, right? You don't see any patches anymore. They all applied nicely as commits. So now I'll try to do a sync between two, source Git and dist-git. I was in the wrong directory. I'm going to rerun it here. Yeah, so here it says OpenSSL is up to date with this. So basically my Fedora and source Git repo are in sync. That's expected because I was on 3.0.8 and it did not make any changes. On the right, I don't want this build, so I'm just going to make a clean repo of that. Now let's actually make some change. Just choosing a random file here and trying to make a change. I'm going to activate the legacy section. And I'll also make a change to the spec file. I'm going to add these changes and make a commit of this. So this is the test commit I made, and below you will see all the other commits from RPA and build, which were all patches to commits conversion. So now I'll come back and run the SourceGit sync update command, and our goal now is that this commit should get applied as a patch directly on dist-git. So let's see if that happened. I'm going to come back to dist-git here, check the git status. You will see that 0042 test.patch was created, and this is the new patch file. I'll look at the spec file to see if the version was changed. We jumped it up to 3, so the patch is present. It got appended directly after 100, 101, and the version got changed to 3 as well. So yeah, that's it. So we created a SourceGit repo and converted from SourceGit repo to dist-git and having a patch. At this point, you'll only create a pull request in dist-git and build your package, and that's it. So this was under 4 minutes we did this, so we could try it for different packages too in Fedora. We want to see how it works with OpenSSL for a few months and adopt the same workflow for RHEL and CentOS. Do we have any questions? Yes.
So the SourceGit, the dist-git remains like the canonical view of the package, and the SourceGit is just used by developers like from day-to-day maintenance. But ultimately, you have to reflect any change that you make to SourceGit back into dist-git in order for it to make it to the package, right?
So the question was, dist-git will remain as it is, and SourceGit will be used for day-to-day maintenance by developers, and eventually would you move from each other? Yes, that's right. Dist-git will remain because there's a lot of tooling around dist-git. Like if you see the Fedora update system or Koji builds, everything is defined around dist-git, so we'll keep it. And for package maintenance for developers' day-to-day activity, we will use SourceGit because it's easier to work with this. And you just create a pull request when you need to. And you can also have Packet automate the process of creating this pull request for you. So when you do some change in SourceGit, it's directly related. You can see it directly in dist-git. So there's not a lot of effort to move between the two.
So ultimately, probably the end result is going to be that you're going to be doing, I don't know, 20 changes to the SourceGit, and then when it's time that the package is the new version of the package that you want to release, only at that time you will create one commit in the dist-git and produce the package from it, basically. Just when you are ready to release and upload a new version of the package.
Yeah, so the question was, if you have multiple changes, will you apply them at once in SourceGit, or would you do that periodically, right? So I will make all the changes whenever I have a newer release in Fedora. Yes, you're welcome. Yes.
Running releases and rebase to new version. So whenever you do that, you get a new branch for that, or just rename and use a new branch and lose track of the previous patches? How does it work?
The question was, what happens when you do a rebase to a newer release? How do you work with branches? Do you keep the name intact? So what we want to follow is whatever was existing as the version in this. I'll just take this example to make it clear. 3.0.8. So earlier it was just rawhide. When I want to rebase to another version, I'll rename this rawhide to add this suffix with this tag 3.0.8. So it becomes a different version. And to this version, I'll make that as a protected branch. And the latest version I want to rebase to, I'll treat that as rawhide. So that will be 3.1.1. So that will be the head. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Are there any other questions? Yes, please.
So the package just unpacks the tarball as a commit and does not preserve the original upstream history, or does it somehow align with the upstream history?
You mean SourceGit?
Yes.
The question was if SourceGit unpacks the tarball and updates commits. Yes, that's what it does. It applies all the patches as a simple git apply, but it preserves the upstream history, right? So it applies easily on this. Okay, we're out of time. Thank you very much for being here.
Hi everyone, Shweta here, ex-SSME, ex-Red Hatter, right now a student studying NLP, Artificial Intelligence from UK's University of Sheffield, and I was invited to give a short presentation. That's my area of specialization. I'm doing my dissertation on that. So let's start with NLP. NLP is all the hype these days with ChatGPT and all. All of us must have used it at some point or the other. I use it often for my assignments. So let's move forward. This session we will be covering introduction to NLP, what NLP is all about, why NLP, what's the significance in like software, and what's the significance in open source. Then we have the hyped about the market topic, ChatGPT. Why exactly ChatGPT? I'm not all for ChatGPT, so I will be displaying the cons of ChatGPT over here instead of the pros, because all of us know the pros, we have been using it. And then I will be showcasing some uses of NLP in the industry, what all use cases we can have. Since this is a very short session, I won't be able to showcase any demos, but I do have GitHub links for the code that I have already developed for a few projects of mine that I'm working on. And in your free time, please feel free to take a look at that code and check out what exactly is NLP all about. So before diving into NLP, let me give you the basics of machine learning, because NLP uses machine learning extensively. So machine learning is all about having your systems make decisions for you without explicitly programming it. That's just a basic layman definition for it. And we have two categories, supervised and unsupervised, that we. So supervised is like when we use it with labeled data. We have index data that we use it with to train the model, and there is unsupervised where there is no label for the data. That's when we call it unsupervised learning. So when it comes to NLP, NLP is the field where we help our systems, our computer systems, understand human language, understand speech, human speech, create human speech, create language, and then analyze a huge amount of given text and make some sense of it, get the context of what exactly is being said there, and then try to process it and give us outputs, whatever like the context is. So NLP is a very, very, very vast field, and the only 4 things that we would be concentrating on in this session, for like which are the major areas where it has been focused upon, the research has been focused upon. So those 4 things are, the first one is language understanding. All of us must have used it, Siri, Alexa, voice assistants. Those are the devices that actually interpret your human language and answer you accordingly or provide you outputs accordingly. Then we have text analysis and information retrieval. So for this actually is part of sentiment analysis, and all of us use Netflix, right? Netflix. So the recommendations that we have on Netflix, that is based upon sentiment analysis algorithm, and that's how the more data you give it, the more recommendation, like the more plus signs, the thumbs up signs you give it for the content you are watching, the better it gets with the prediction. So that's how the sentiment analysis part works for Netflix. And then we have natural language generation. This is like ChatGPT, all the chatbots, all the virtual assistants that we might have seen on any, like even on banking websites, when you go and ask them that what is the amount that I've spent this month, and that chatbot will showcase to you that, yeah, this is the amount that this current month we have been expending, or what exactly we have been doing with our account statements and stuff. It will showcase you all the details. So that is natural language generation. Because we call it natural language generation because it not only interprets what you are saying, but it also gives you an output in a human understandable way. So it's like a human language thing. That's why it's called natural language generation. Humans put the input in a human language form, and then you can understand the human language in the same output. And future innovations, I would be talking about what all social implications, like whatever social contributions NLP has had, and how we are implementing it for social causes. So those are like the dissertation topics that I'm working on that will be covered in the last slide. So why is NLP automation significant? Because it can help you understand human language. It helps you bridge the gap between human language, human speech, and our automation processes and our machines. So that way it actually helps you beautify, I would say, customer experiences. It helps you bridge the gap between customers and humans, and then it helps you make data-driven decisions. Like if you have a huge amount of data, you give it to an NLP model, it will make some sense of it and give you a output that like, this is the prediction for this given output, that way. So that in industry, it actually helps you like realize, even from feedbacks, even from like huge amount of texts, that yeah, this is what the customer is actually trying to ask, or this is what an open source developer is actually trying to achieve by doing this documentation or writing this amount of a data or like a text saying that this is what this code does. So it will be able to make sense of it. Okay, the examples now. So this comes from my experience working as a subject matter expert and also open source developer. So please take whatever resonates with you over here. So the first one is machine translation. Machine translation is like, supposedly when we were working on cases and there was a case from some region, let's say China or Korea, and we don't understand the language, we would have to wait for the other region to come and then the engineers to take up the case, because there's always sensitive data on the cases. We cannot just put it on Google Translator. That's not how it works. You can't do that. So that's why we would have to wait for the other region to come up. So in that way, we could have an API of our own. Red Hat could have an API of their own, an open source API maybe, that would help us analyze these things, and we wouldn't have to like wait for another human to come up and work on the cases. And there is also like for open source, I would say localization of software, as in let's say if there is a user interface, usually they do have it for some very good traffic websites. When it comes to like train bookings, flight bookings, they do have it, but we should have it for more websites, because English is the commonly used language, but it should not be a barrier in any way. That's why if there is like a website that has a flight booking thing, and then somebody is trying to work on it and they can't analyze the buttons or can't understand what exactly is happening there, so in those cases there should be like a NLP API. We could develop one. It's easy. It takes effort, but then it would be like a long-term investment. I would say that, yeah, that would help you like go through a lot of interfaces, converting the language in just a GIF. Then we have knowledge-based automation. We do have like our KCS. All of us must have used it at some point of time. So for KCS, what we do is like we have a generalized search. We do a Google search as well for our KCS articles. Instead of that, we could have like, for each product company could have their own KCS base where you make the search. It should not be a generalized thing. You just use a few words, keywords, and then the NLP algorithm that we have developed, the NLP model that we have developed, that would give you the predictions of what exactly those articles should be that you are looking for. Instead of going to Google and doing the all generalized search. It would be faster, it would be more efficient. Then we have social media monitoring. This means trends like, let's say there was a log4j trend that happened, a log4j vulnerability that happened a few years back, and we were flabbergasted with a lot of cases over there, and then each customer was asking the same question of how exactly can we resolve it, how exactly can we, how exactly our product is being impacted by this. So for those things, if we have those social media trends with us, we would be able to allocate more resources accordingly and take steps whatever are like required at that point of time. Then we have virtual assistants. This could help us like for developers when we are doing open source contributions. If it's a new GitHub code, then it becomes really difficult for you to debug instantly and understand which classes are being used in this code. So for that, we could have virtual assistants guiding you to go through the module or find the module exactly where the package, the module, wherever the code could be. So it won't be a 100% accuracy thing, because NLP doesn't provide 100% accuracy. It's around 80%, 70%, depends on the model. But that way, we would be able to analyze the model. Then we have descriptive analytics and automatic insights. I'll go through them really fast. So descriptive analytics, we could have like, we have heard about Sonar. Have we heard about Sonar? Code quality tool. So those are like rule-based things, static rule-based things. So they do not have any dynamic things going on in there. It's just like a set of rules that have been written that analyzes your code. At times, it's not, I would say not at times, I would say 50% of the time it does make a mistake in indicating that your code is correct or wrong. Sometimes those APIs are necessary and it indicates, no, this should not have been here. So that way we could have dynamic programming using NLP, developing a code-based, quality-based tool that will help us analyze our code better. And automatic insights, it's again like feedback analysis and rating analysis, whatever is given on cases or maybe on releases, what exactly the customer is expecting, or maybe the open source people are talking about, what should be the newer trend, or what should be a newer feature that should be added. Those things we could take into account. Now moving on to GPT. So GPT is like generative pre-trained transformer. I know it's a huge topic and it's very difficult to explain it. But transformers are something that are better than neural network. If you have heard about neural network, transformers are a step ahead, and it is based on sequence to sequence modeling. It takes larger contexts into account. That's all I can explain right now about it because it's really, really huge. And the cons that I have found while working on GPT is there is no understanding whatsoever. The model never understands what I'm trying to say. It doesn't get the context most of the times. Second, if you put like a question, different phrase, it won't be able to make sense of it. If you like even use to or the in a different sequence, it won't be able to understand it or give you an answer accordingly. You have to be grammatically correct to get an answer out of it. Then you have bias. So if as a user I am adding something to the system learns, right? Every time you give an input to it, you type something inside it, it learns from that input. So if I have bias as a user, okay, if I am biased to a certain political, let's say, agenda, and I'm adding that to the system, then it will give me output with bias. Okay, and every time you access the system again, you will keep on seeing bias, because that's how the generative model works. So for each user, it's different, but if you as a user are trying it again and again, you will be able to see that bias. You could try it, you will be able to see it instantly. And then we have no real-time knowledge. Of course, it doesn't have any real-time knowledge. It's not a human being. And there is no reason or explanation. That's something that we have been working on in NLP research areas, because reasoning and explanation are really, really important at times. Because if like you are giving an answer to someone and you cannot justify why that answer is that way, it doesn't make sense. So that's a very vast area of research in NLP. And then misinformation and inaccurate responses. Any of you have ever encountered any inaccurate response? So for me, any mathematical question you input, any mathematical question, because I am a student right now, I'm working on multiple assignments, it always gives me an incorrect answer, always. It's not like even 80%, 70%, it's 100% of the time. So I would suggest never use it for mathematical equations. Don't do that because it's still not, developed for that kind of inputs. Ethical considerations, whatever we are adding to it, it's getting uploaded to the cloud. It's getting uploaded to the OpenAI cloud over there, and it has all the data that we are adding to it. So of course, it's like an ethical consideration because we are adding sensitive information at time. And then it becomes very, very, very difficult to understand where that information came from, and yeah, hackers can use it if they have access to the cloud. Okay, now the last part of the presentation, this is like the dissertations that I am working on, the social cause things from NLP. So there are two things that I am working on. The first one is EDOS, EOSD, whatever you call it, explainable online sexism detection. Sexism has become very, very, very prominent on Twitter and Facebook and all those platforms. So we do work on, I have been working on that, and we try to identify, like, from a given text, we try to identify whether there is sexism or not, what kind of sexism is there, who is accountable for that sexism, those kind of things we try to find using our research, using our model. And the second one is AI Judge. This is a very, I would say like, there's like a 50-50 chance of it that people would accept it. There are a lot of people who are against it because they think having something like an AI judge is a social implication that people would start losing jobs. Because if you have an AI judge, what's the point of having a human judge? And why would there be lawyers at all? What would be the case? So AI judge also is like a very interesting research area that we are working on currently. So what we do in these things is like, we have something called train, validation, and test. It's like for all ML algorithms. So you have, if you have like 100 test cases, 100 cases that are given to you, you use 80 as training, 10 as validation, 10 as test, and then when you have real-time situations, you give those situations to your model, and then it will give you a prediction. That's how it works for AI judge, or be it for EDOS, the sexism part. So that's the research area that we are working on currently. I will be adding those GitHub links on the slides if any of you want to like take a look at the code. It has sentiment analysis. It has NLP used pretty extensively, and bias and all those things. So yeah, you could take a look at it. We have worked on BERT, Roberta, and what's the other one? Yeah, the other forms of BERT itself, because BERT is like the best one right now in NLP. So those are the algorithms that we are currently using. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Any questions, please feel free to reach out to me over my email. Thank you. Thank you for your laptop.
I am, but this describes my general job. I don't know, dude.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our next session. And I would like Anna to introduce himself.
All right. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you folks so much for coming to this session today. It really means a lot to me that you would give me some time, and I'm really excited to talk to you. My name is Anna Marie Sayed. I'm an engineering manager. I'll tell you a fact about my last name. It actually means leader in Arabic, but the two most common mispronunciations mean fisherman and happy. So, like, it's cool. You can call me however you think that you should pronounce that set of letters. But officially, it's Sayed, which kind of rhymes with head, I guess. Yeah, and so we're going to do a presentation on something that I have a lot of experience failing at, and that's resolving conflicts. All right. So let me know, if you think, oh, she's going too fast, she's going too slow. This is supposed to be a workshop, and so I would love it if you feel safe enough to talk, but if you don't, that's fine. Not everyone, hi! All right. So in case you're not sure what this session is about, I used a bunch of pictures of people playing rugby because gosh, there's so much conflict in rugby. I played college rugby, and but I'm too old now. We're here to talk about how to navigate conflicts that we face on open source teams. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to establish a taxonomy of different kinds of conflicts. And then we're going to look at different solutions or different strategies for solving them, kind of trying to make a table for you. So anytime you face a conflict, I'm going to give them a minute because I get all distracted. My friend Petter is going to be the session chair here because we're missing someone. Petter is the kindest, best tour guide. If you don't know something about Brno, this guy here knows all of it. So thank you, Petter, and thank you, Martin. And it's so your new faces and familiar faces. I'm really so happy. All right. So we're going to try to establish a taxonomy of different conflict types. And you might, I would say, submit a patch. Come up with your own taxonomy. I'm going to tell you the one that I think works best for me with my conflicts with open source communities, and I hope some of it will be useful for you. So what we're going to likely do here, I'm kind of discombobulated trying to find something to time myself on. I'm going to try to do taxonomy for 20 minutes, strategies for 20 minutes, and then we can do a practicum where you all try to sort through some conflicts on your own or with me, but really right now, live. All right, I wanted to talk about psychological safety explicitly, and I want you to know that we have different styles for how we feel comfortable participating. This is a group of, I don't know how many you are. Let's say there's maybe 25 or 30 folks here. Not everybody want to talk. That's fine. I know your brains are still working. You don't have to prove it by talking. But if you do want to talk, I can make you some promises. And the first one is that I will listen to you. And I will do my best to make sure that everybody else listens to you. And if we have an unsafe environment where someone isn't listening or is being rude, then we'll address it before we move on. Okay? Anyway, thanks for coming. All right. So the reason that I think we should have a taxonomy or like a collection of types of conflicts is because I think that the strategy you decide to use to resolve them will change depending on what kind of conflict it is. So, with an open source project where you're volunteering, you are deeply invested, your investment can lead you to have a strong emotional attachment. So some conflict comes up And it can feel terrible. It can feel overwhelming. The first conflict I'm going to tell you about, I cried my head off. And if I had kind of known, okay, it's this type, these are the ways I can probably solve it, it would have been healthier for me in the short term. So the main types that we're going to talk about today, the first is interpersonal. That's, you and somebody else, you don't like each other. You bug each other. That's interpersonal conflict. Value-based conflict, that's where you have a set of values. Someone else has a set of values. And you're trying to navigate a problem in common, but your values and their values are not compatible. It happens a lot in open source. Issue or data conflict, that's where you've got a task that you're trying to work on. Everybody understands the task, but you have different ideas, conflicting ideas about how you're going to resolve it. That's issue or data conflict. Organizational conflict, this is you versus the man sometimes. This is where it's not between two people. It's you and an entity, or you and a rule, or you and an organizational standard. And then the last type that we're going to talk about today is, I think, maybe the most common, where it's not just this is purely an interpersonal conflict or purely a value-based conflict. It's a conflict that has different components in it. And so addressing it completely, you'll need to know different strategies and put them together. So I'm going to go first. I think a good policy is don't ask your audience to do something that you're not willing to do yourself. So I'm going to do my exercise here, which says, think of a conflict you are experiencing. What type is it? And I'm going to give you an example from my personal life. Most of the examples in here are from when I was a young woman working on open source, so about 25 years ago. I've tried to pick really old open source conflicts so that if we have investment in them, our feelings have quieted down a little bit and it's easy to talk. But a current one I'm having right now, I'm renting a house where I live in Detroit. The pipes are a disaster. From April 17th until June 7th, I had no hot water. And I have 5 kids. Okay, so my house is a disaster. And I'm trying to rent a new house. The tiny little school district that I'm in has this crazy, fractal shape of a boundary. And so I'm having a hard time finding a house I can rent for me and my 5 kids in that school district. I am saying, kiddos, I love you very much. I'm going to be your consistency. We're switching schools. They are saying, Mama, it's from Dubai to America. You have moved. So, this is a conflict that I have in my life right now, and we'll talk about it because some of the different strategies here, not all, some are. So what do you think? Am I having an interpersonal conflict with my kids where they're bugging me? No, I love them. I mean, you can love people who bug you. That's true. But it's not an interpersonal conflict. Am I having a value-based conflict? Yeah. I value not spending my whole paycheck. They value staying with their friends. What will we do? Could also be an issue conflict. We ask to move houses, and we don't understand how to cooperate. But it's not organizational. It's not like us versus the man here. The organizational part of this conflict, it's me versus the school district. I said, hey, buds, how about if I move real close and I drive the kids? They said, no way. So that's what's going on with my conflict. Does anybody have one that you want to tell us about? Hi.
Hello, Tanya. I can try. I think it's one of the typical conflicts. I said upstream versus product needs.
Oh.
And dynamics of upstream and more flexibility versus stability in the downstream. And the people on the team can work on kind of both and have different natural tendency to make upstream as stable as if it was
Ah, beautiful. That's a classic open source conflict. Yeah. Thank you, Tanya. Anybody else want to tell us about one? I would say anything you say will not leave the room, but I didn't know they were streaming this talk. So in reality, anything you say may go anywhere in the world or to Mars. Thanks, Tanya.
I have a question.
Yes, yeah.
Describing the conflict, where do you put your biases-based conflict? Because it's pretty common to have conflict because of biases.
Ah, okay. So did you say your name? Or would you say your name?
Stefano.
Nice to meet you, Stefano. So I remembered that Martin told me repeat questions, so I'm going to repeat your question. Stefano is asking about if you have a bias-based conflict, where do you put that? Stefano, you're like teeing me up for my next slide, which is a bias-based conflict. Okay. I put it into interpersonal. Yeah, so Stefano says, it depends, maybe, maybe not. Can you explain it more? It could be organizational, right? Yeah, right. You know, when I went to, oh my God, you guys, all right.
Or even value-based.
Or value-based, it could be a lot of things, right? When I went to university, I went to MIT, which didn't have many women at the time, and the women's bathrooms were only on alternate floors. Like if we had to go to the bathroom, we had to where am I? Go up a floor, try to find the bathroom, come on down. This was a conflict that was organizational. Yeah. Do you want to share a based one, Stefan?
I want one actually, but it's just a generic question. I don't have one at the moment. Let me think. I'll get back to you.
Thank you, thank you. Does anybody else want to say something about biases and conflict? Thank you, Stefano. All right, so let's move on. Interpersonal conflicts at work, where you can't get away from people because they're on your team. This is the most common kind that arises. They usually stem from a personality difference. And when you're resolving this, my big hint to you is that you're going to have to resolve this inside of yourself, right? If you've ever been married as a double divorcee, I can tell you for certain that you can't change how someone else behaves. Not very much. You can maybe change them a little bit. But in order to make peace with a conflict like this, usually you have to change your personal investment in it. You can try checking your behavior. You can try changing your expectations. I will tell you, 22 years ago, so picture it, Copenhagen, April 2001, it's Guadek, and I am talking about user interface design. And RMS, Richard Stallman, is in the audience. And I am going on, we're designing this email client, Evolution, it was called at the time, and we're kind of emulating the look of Outlook because we don't want people who are using Outlook to be confused. So I'm talking about UI design in Outlook, and Richard Stallman stands up and raised his voice and said, APIs are interfaces too. And it kind of disintegrated there. I went into stoic mode like this, and he eventually sat down. But to this day, I have a hard feeling in my heart. I don't know what he thought. Maybe he thought, I'm famous, I can stand up and talk. Or maybe he thought, this person doesn't look like she knows open source, I can stand up and talk. I'm not sure what he thought. What I thought was, I came to freaking Denmark to do this presentation, and you're interrupting me. And so it caused a hardness in my heart. So there's one from back in the day of open source for you. Do any of you want to talk about an interpersonal conflict that you've dealt with in your life or at your work or in open source? You can change the names. I think we understand this one, right? You've met people and you just don't get along sometimes. It happens. All right, value conflicts. I have such a doozy for this one. Oh, shoot, patoot, okay. What do we think happened here? Does anybody have a guess for me for how to solve this? Because I legit don't know. Okay. Was that you? Did you fix it? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Magic Angel, whoever you are. So this happens when people are both invested in something, but they have different values that they've brought with them. So the hints I have, by the way, conflict resolution strategies. I'm just trying to tell you the taxonomy now and give you a couple hints, but we'll do a whole part on the strategies next. So if you feel like, man, you didn't give us any strategies, just please hold your horses. Hints for this one, what could help is recognizing that values aren't universal. Clear and explicit about how you explain your values. We're trying to move down the quotient from misunderstanding. So that's what we're other thing you could do is learn about what other people value. Those are my hints for this one. So can you tell us about a values conflict that you navigated? Okay. I will tell you one. It's kind of dramatic. In exchange for me telling you one, I hope someone will also tell me one. Ooh, okay. So I'm 46. When I was 31, I was still not married. And in my culture, I'm from a Muslim culture background. In my culture, that was very old. And the people in my community started saying, you need to get married. No one's going to want to marry you. You're going to be an old maid. And I thought, oh, I valued getting married at what now looks to me like a young age. So, right, I got married to someone. I moved to the Middle East with them. It was a disaster. It didn't work out. That was divorce number one. This was a hard thing in not mixing personal values with the values of my culture or the values of my community. Yeah, so now that I've told you about failed marriage and trip to the Middle East, do you have any value conflict you want to share?
I have one in open source. So I've contributed to so many open source projects, and they're all very different in how they work. And one of the things that really shocked me with some of them in the beginning was how much planning was valued over contribution. So many open source projects, and including the ones that I've started, if someone shows up contributing, they have a lot of respect, right? And that is like the very strong currency. It's very valuable. But then I showed up at some projects, and I was doing integration between different projects, and showing up with a patch before having a conversation was one of the worst things you could do. And they're like, who do you think you are, thinking you can write that code? Why didn't you talk to us first to bring this up, you know? And so it was fascinating how the different values were just, eventually everyone wants to make progress, great, there's a good foundation, but the different values were absolutely juxtaposed between the different projects.
That is a challenging one, Steph. Thank you for sharing that with us. Anybody else have a value-based one? I have one for you. I'm a little bit worried that I shouldn't share it. It's about X-free86 versus the FSF. Okay, here's an old value conflict in open source. It's not a perfect match, but I'm trying to show you how it does happen in open source communities. So back in the day, I think 2007 or so, X-free86 is going to release version 4.4. And they made a change to their license. They're adding a credit clause, like a traditional BSD license. FSF says this is no longer compatible with the GPL. if you go forward with this, be warned. Well, they went forward with it. They kept their change to their license. They lost the majority of their users. So here's a case where licensing is a value that we hold dear and can lead to pretty catastrophic consequences for that project.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what cultural changes are in this, because I noticed that I'm from the Netherlands and we're quite direct and very, very open. Whereas at one point I was interviewing someone from India, and it was impossible for me to understand his opinions, which is very important to me. So by conclusion at the end of the interview was basically, I don't know. Like based on the interview, the Dutch person, I would have said, I will never hire you because you don't have any opinions. But I know that in India that's different. So, but what do you do with that?
Oh, okay. I had that one as well. I worked for a company called on GNOME, and in 2004 I went and I lived in Bangalore, where I was teaching software design. And my first lecture, I put like all kinds of colorful examples. I had John Denver crashing his helicopter and the ballot disaster in Florida. These are American examples. I hope I had some American-centric look. Probably culturally tone deaf. But I thought, oh, they'll be roaring with laughter. They'll be talking to me. And it was so quiet. And I went home and did my normal solution to conflict, which is cry. And it took me a long time. It just took time for me to understand this wasn't disengagement. This was respect. And so with that one, what I ended up doing was noticing how the folks on my team in Bangalore responded to share food with me. I remember the last session that I gave there, I had a big, God, more American stuff. I had a big bag of American saltwater taffy, and we played Jeopardy. And I found that if I bribed people with candy, they would stand up and shout. So take time, be explicit. I'm expecting to hear you talk about X, Y, Z. Those are some hints that I have. Yeah.
I will say I read the book, The Culture Map by Erin Meyer, and that was very useful to understand at least there was a difference.
Ah, beautiful. How do you spell the last name?
Erin Meyer, I believe M-E-Y-E-R.
Okay,
The Culture
thank
Map
you.
is a recommendation.
So we're getting, for streaming people, we're getting a recommendation to read The Cultural Map by Erin Meyer. Thank you for your recommendation. All right, anybody else want to talk about a value conflict? Hi.
I think that I've seen this pop up a lot when you're writing codes of conduct. So I think sometimes people, I think there are usually a few different kinds of schools of thought. Some people don't want a code of conduct. Some people value more just kind of enforcing the code of conduct through the culture. Some people want it to be a little bit more vague and want to value kind of making it more generally applicable, and some people want it to be more specific, where it calls out kind of specific things that are not accepted in the community. And I think that I've seen a lot of conflict happen in various open source communities around conduct, where people come from different sets of values and have trouble kind of reconciling their values when they're actually developing the final code of conduct.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing that example. For sure, for sure. All right, let's see what the next one is here. Oh, issue and data conflicts. All right, this is where you have a common task that needs to be solved, and people have perhaps strongly held different opinions about how to solve it. So the example I have from ancient GNOME, GNOME 2, we were trying to design the menuing system, and we had these, what do you call them, applications, like Nautilus. I wonder, do you know what Nautilus is? You probably do know what Nautilus is because you came to open source development conference, but it's a file manager. So this name isn't descriptive. So we had a task, right, design the menus. And we had some folks who said, call them by their proper names. And other people who said, give them a descriptive name so no one has to know what Nautilus is just so they can go find their downloads folder. In this case, keeping your lines of communication open, trying to not shut those down. You cannot go sulk in the corner quietly and get this one resolved. There is an idiom, sunlight is the best disinfectant. It means, you know, putting something out there in the open where the sun can hit it or where our eyes can be on it. That's the best way usually to work on solving this one. Anybody have an issue-based conflict that you want to tell us about? What do I have here? Oh, I already told you. When I first started my job at Red Hat, one of my first responsibilities was to write the status report for my little group. And I love writing. I love creative writing. And so I would write these long status reports that were like all about the ins and outs of our CI travails. And my boss would take them and cut them down, send them up, and I would be like, oh, don't you appreciate my beautiful writing, dude? This was just a case where talking to him. His name was Dominic. Hey, Dominic, what's going on? And having him be really explicit with me. You know, your team is one of many. This is not the forum for your beautiful writing. That was a misunderstood task on my part. All right. Oh, I have an Emacs conflict in this one for you to hear about, an organizational Emacs conflict, if you'd believe it. So the point of this slide is to say that are not between people, but they're between a person and an organizational standard or rule or something. This can be really hard to resolve because it's not about people, right? It's you and something often much bigger and much more powerful than you. How are you going to resolve that? So what has worked for me the best with this one is finding out where the support lies. So looking for who around me can support me. Maybe we're not going to change the policy, but support me in how I'm feeling. So look for allies so you're not alone if you're feeling this way. Sometimes avoiding this is better. Sometimes saying, you know what, this process really triggers me and I don't want to be near it. I am going to go and I'm not going to engage with that. That can also be a way that you help to protect yourself. All right, I'll tell you an ancient one from back in the day. All right, this is from 1993. GNU Emacs was the Emacs standard. And Lucid was also contributing patches to GNU Emacs. And it was getting a little dire for them because there had not been an Emacs release in years. And so we're creating a fork. We are going to make Lucid Emacs, now X Emacs. We're going to make Lucid Emacs. And then in the future, GNU Emacs, when you accept our patches, we will then merge back into head. We'll be one Emacs once again. But the GNU Emacs folks didn't have that same need. You know, they didn't need to do a release right away, so they didn't. There was this conflict that eventually led to completely different Emacs streams going forward. It was a fork. All right, organizational conflict examples from anybody? Sergey?
Yeah, I could provide an example from yesterday's Michael Hoffman presentation about AWS cluster. For example, we are provisioning some virtual machines in some region, and once we got an error that you have no, like we don't have any free resources to provision virtual machine. In that case, it was strange because those virtual machines
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Sergey. That's a really nice example. Anybody else have an organizational one before we talk about the mother of all types, the compound conflict? No?
So I have something, but I'm not sure it's organizational conflict from perspective of all sides of this conflict.
Okay.
So, long story short, we work in development, sometimes we fix bugs in our project, sometimes we fix bugs in someone else's project, some other times we are just a proxy. So this is one of these kind of scenarios that I get a bug because the person on the other side, so whether it's Tom or support engineer, whoever, thinks that my component is at fault. I do my homework, but at the end of this journey, I realize that the problem is not mine. The problem is in someone's team. And at this moment, I take a decision, maybe wrong, maybe not, that I will keep having this, this ticket, this on myself. I will orchestrate the issue to ship the issue, and and everything. But we know how life is. It's not like you merge of this annoyed. I still have nothing to give to my customer. Sure, if he has funny or something else, from my organizational conflict, because he's fighting against the process. You need to have it time, and then you can give it to the world. So yeah, but at the same time, it's not really found because from perspective of any side, categorize multiple different items in the taxonomy list, but depending which persona are here, it may be different. So this is what kind of tricks me here trying to apply
Right.
this.
Right, depending on who you asked. If we interviewed him, he'd say it was interpersonal, that guy. Yeah, I really appreciate your example. Thank you. Everything okay, you folks?
Yeah, we just.
So sorry. Okay, I'll ask him to come up and shake hands.
And you'll be your 5 seconds of flowing.
All right, compound conflicts. All right, so sometimes a conflict has more than one major source. And sometimes this happens because a simpler conflict has gone on a very long time. Like, you should have had your wisdom teeth out when you were 12, Anna, but you had them out when you were 45. So I was having excessive headaches because I didn't take care of a small problem 30 years before when I should have taken care of it. So this can give you an issue, right? This conflict has parts. I don't know which one to address first. Which one is important to address first? How do I deal with this complex situation? I personally do best with this one when I think about a body metaphor, a human health metaphor, right? One of my kids, he just had strep throat and COVID at the same time. So I didn't have the option to say, no worries, bud, I'll deal with the COVID first and we'll just let the strep throat go on. No, that one had to be dealt with. Both of them had to be addressed at the same time. But you can imagine, if you're a hospital technician or a hospital doctor, someone comes in and she has a gunshot wound to the shoulder and she also stubbed her toe. Well, I mean, one of these problems has a dire immediate effect on her long-term survival. The other is merely inconvenient. So when you prioritize solving these, you can either start with, okay, what's simple and natural for me? Get that part solved. Then work on what's not so simple for me. Or you can say, look, we've got multiple things at play here, but one is really critical and is going to cause us to really break down. Let's try to take care of that first. That is up to you. You have a compound. Would anyone like to come up here, shake hands, and tell about a compound conflict? You don't have to shake hands with me if you don't want to. Okie dokie, Pinocchio. We'll keep going for now. If you think of one, then just let me know. All right. All right, resolving conflicts. I was trying to come up with an acronym for you folks. Is that the word? I think it is the word. Yeah, but the issue is that the 5 strategies we're going to use, 2 of them start with A, and 3 of them start with C. So CACA is the only acronym I could come up with, and I felt like you might not take me seriously if I spent the next 40 minutes talking about that. So these different approaches are not exhaustive. Some negotiators will tell you there is more than 5. Some people think there's only 4. Some say 7. I find these 5 useful. Maybe you will too. I'll just tell you briefly what they are. What I would ask from you is to think, is one of these natural to me? Do I have like a natural conflict resolution style? Because if you have a natural one, you can lean into that. That's you decide to let them win. You just decide to let it. It's more important to them, not that important to you. Or maybe you want to show them that you value their opinion, you value openness. You let that one go. That's accommodation. Compromise. Both of you give up something. Both of you get something. Everyone is mildly unhappy. You can move on from there. That's compromise. Avoidance. Avoidance is we're going to turn away from this conflict. We're going to leave this one unresolved. It is sometimes appropriate to say we're going to leave this unresolved. Like if the people involved in the conflict, if they're not the best ones to try to solve it, then for them to leave it and let someone else resolve it. That's an example of when avoidance for them is more healthy. Competition. Competition is when the more powerful party sort of puts the smack down and says, you know what? The solution is this. Now we're done with this conflict. Move on. Also, it's sometimes appropriate. Collaboration is like the holy grail of conflict resolution. It's the only win-win in this whole set. And that's where you say, okay, we are going to work together to craft a mutually beneficial solution together. Sometimes it works. So my natural tendency is probably compromise and a little bit of accommodation and a little bit of competition. Do any of you folks want to share? Sergey?
How could you compromise and competition in one list of this?
What is the difference between compromise and?
If you compromise with something, then you don't have to compromise.
Yeah, if you compromise, like if you and I are making lunch, and I say we're going to have tacos, and Sergey says we're going to have pizza, and so Sergey and I compromise. We have taco pizza, okay? So then we don't need someone like, I don't know, Karen to say, nope, you guys are done, you guys are both having hot dogs. So competition should have a different name. It should have something like other people deciding for you and you moving on. Yeah. Anybody else have a natural one or one that you know you don't like?
I don't like avoidance.
You don't like avoidance?
At all. I think it doesn't solve conflict, but transforming conflict. Maybe make them compound conflict at some point.
Stefano is saying that he, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be asking you guys to come up here. I'm so sorry, I keep forgetting that. Sorry, streaming friends. Stefano is saying that he really doesn't like avoidance as a strategy because he believes it can make conflicts grow into compound conflicts. Thank you. Steph?
I wanted to ask on that. It seems like several or some of these just delay the conflict. Maybe that issue is solved, but it delays it to another, in particular avoidance. But I notice also things like accommodation,
Yeah.
competition, delay in one way or another the conflict to a later date.
Yep. Steph is noticing that many of these strategies don't effectively resolve the entire conflict. They maybe resolve part of it. They postpone some of it. But you know, Steph, there are times where an immediate resolution has to happen. And so we end up saying, all right, we're going to have to go with something like the competition strategy, which is definitive and final, because we can't let this drag on anymore. Other times, a little bit of space and time between people is healthy. But I think Steph makes a good, yeah, thank you. Anything else? Yes, sir, in the back.
Is time affecting your strategy? I mean,
yes.
There is the deadline, you have a fallback on the, at a certain time you go with the competition.
Yeah, wow. Did you say Roberto was your name?
Alberto.
Alberto asked if time is a consideration. Time is a big consideration. Collaboration as a strategy usually happens after a conflict has sat around for a long time. You found out there's no solution to it, leaving it isn't making it better. That is when collaboration is more common because you've spent so much time trying to find other solutions that haven't worked. You know then, all right, we're both going to have to build something new. Time also comes into play a lot with avoidance. Maybe it's not appropriate to have it solved right in that instant. And so avoiding the issue is because it gives you time to cool down, right? Sometimes people have such hot tempers that the healthiest thing is to say, let's put this on ice for a while until we're able to talk about it without being rude or hurtful.
I was wondering if it's important for the other person that you have the conflict with to understand which way it's being resolved.
Oh, Karen raises a brilliant idea. Karen is asking if it's the other person aware of what strategy you're using. Karen, I don't know. Do you folks, if you're trying to resolve a conflict, is it helpful for them to know which one you're doing? I would say, Karen, that with accommodation, if you're going to let them have their way, sometimes I feel tempted to say, like, hey, we're doing it your way this time, but, yeah. And that I don't think is very helpful, But what, Anna, really? Yeah.
So I can maybe give an example. I'm not sure good or bad, because of course it's a way of how I handle this. And this is about number 4, so competition. So this happens in upstream or in general in someone's contribution. It often happens that people start discussing, and you need to finish the task. You have something, and sometimes, very small details can slow you down for weeks. And how I do it sometimes, and not whether it works for long term. Sometimes I the discussion saying explicitly, it's been taking so long that I take the authority to just cut the discussion. And if it becomes a problem in the future, we will come back to this. And this is my hammer, this statement. I take the authority to X, Y, Z.
You're taking accountability. You're saying, I'm accountable for this one. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Okay, I have a question. I see folks making for the door. I thought this session went until 1:50, 1:50. Does it go to 1:20? No, 1:50? Okay, cool. Okay, so we still have some time. That's good. And I have got a couple of slides here that just go a little bit more into these types. So Accommodation is lose-win, right? One person loses because someone else wins. So you end up using this the most if you want to show that you're fair, or you don't want to be a dictator and shut down someone else's opinion. So you're trying to get them to express their opinion. You might, in that case, say, okay, let's make this decision the way you want to make it. If it's more important to one of you than the other one, then you might want to go for accommodation. It matters so much to them, it doesn't matter that much to you, so you can accommodate. Or if the relationship is more important than whatever the issue is. So that's accommodation. Does that one make sense? Yeah. Compromise. All right. This is, we both win and lose. So win, lose, win, lose. Someone will give something up. Both of you will give something up. Both of you will get part of your point. Let's see, we've kind of discussed about this. So it's best used when everyone has equal power, right? So if it's like me and the CEO of my company, does he want to compromise with me? No. Is that even healthy? My scope of control is rel upgrades and conversions. His scope of control is something much different than that. It's probably not healthy for us to compromise. Sometimes for a temporary resolution. Alberto, I think in the back, was asking about timing. Yeah, compromise can work in the short term. We can't really solve this now, but let's make something good enough so we're not stuck. So that's compromising. Anybody love compromising? Is it anybody's favorite strategy? Yeah, can you say why?
Because ideally both sides get something.
Yeah, ideally both sides get something. What about you?
I want to say I personally fine with compromising, but I know multiple people who it's almost the worst thing, because the approach it is from like everyone loses at the end. It's better to give, like, at least if someone gets what they want, because in this case no one is truly fully happy.
Ah, right. Right, that makes sense.
It's fine, it works for me. I mean, I'm fine, but I've heard that so many times from other folks, so just to represent other opinions.
Thanks for sharing both opinions. I say there's the two ladies here in the back. The lady with the green glasses had her hand up first.
So I would choose the compromise, choose your battle.
Ah, yeah. And
my name is Silvia. I have a question that was a follow-up to your comment over there, which is sometimes we in the team have reached a compromise, but then it has come back afterwards.
Yeah.
As someone was not happy with the resolution, and then that turned into another conflict. So my question would be, so how do you handle this new conflict that comes from an old compromise solution?
so ultimately, usually with something like that, where it keeps coming up, coming up, usually you have to collaborate if you actually want it to be solved. Yes?
I have a question. You on the slide say it's a win-lose or lose-win situation. Can it be a win-win situation in a compromise?
If you both haven't put something down. Oh, I'm sorry. Pedro is trying to tell me something. The question was, does compromise have to be you both lose something and you both win something? Is it win-lose, win-lose? I guess if you're incredibly fortunate and you find a solution that you didn't, either of you need to lose something, then yeah, that would be win and win. Yeah, now we're being.
Why would you call it compromise if it's win-win?
That's by definition.
That would be collaboration.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you.
I was going to reply to the earlier comment about complex coming up again. That's more common with the previous one, the accommodation.
Yeah, so the question here was, does accommodation actually solve the conflict forever, or does it make it come back again and again? Yeah, I mean, maybe Sergey and we make our, maybe we make one decision about lunch, and then next week we have lunch again, and we have to revisit that, it can. Or, you know, if it matters so much more to them than it does to you, you can let it go in your heart. You can say.
Yeah, but it can also lead to personal problems.
Yeah.
Resentment and
right.
Maybe avoidance.
Right. Accommodating can definitely lead to resentment and avoidance.
How sincerely you let it go. Like if you don't let it go, then it's gone.
Yes, but some people have to let it go because of time constraints, and then they can't really let it go.
But they then don't do it properly. So
Yes, if you let it go in that instance, that's fine. You can really forget about that. But if the lunch was a really great example here, because you're having lunch every day. If you take a strategy forever, then it builds up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I want to ask, and this directly follows the discussion. At which moment and how do you seal the conflict resolution in case of compromise or delaying, accommodation, and so on? Because we had this example somewhere here that conflict comes back, and this is what often happens. Let's take you have, for example, a team of 7 people, and they need to agree something, and probably the most common, statistically resolution will be compromise, because you cannot make all 7 people happy. This is, like very unique, and you are lucky if you manage. But then what happens in reality? You have a meeting, you discuss, you reached compromise, so you close the meeting, you leave the meeting with the thought that I sealed the deal. Everyone, is agreed. I'm not saying happy intentionally, but everyone has agreed. But then during the next hours, you get feedback directly, from every single person. I'm not really happy with what we discussed, but XYZ, and then it makes you realize that you didn't really solve any conflict, you just deferred it. Because people, people were, maybe they were scared of discussing it all over, so they will just, whatever, let's compromise and move forward. But they immediately come back to you and tell you, oh, I'm not happy at all, for me it's not compromise. And then none of those 7 people got what. Then from the feedback you gather, it's not even compromise. You just you've lost the battle on all fronts.
We're hearing about the painful and probably familiar situation where you thought you decided, it was in the meeting, and nobody actually really agreed. My advice, and I'd love to hear what other people's advice is, my advice is, at the beginning of the meeting, be crisp about we're going to decide XYZ. Our mission is to decide XYZ. Take notes during the meeting. Record what the decision was. Make sure before you leave that people see what you have recorded. At least here in this situation, there's less room for interpretation. Do you guys have more thoughts? What can do in that situation?
Well, that's very familiar with these situations. From my experience, just like you said, it's more about how do you do the process of compromising, and it's really like the little bit details of the communication. Try to repeat. If anybody speaks something, try to repeat. Make sure that they were listen, put notes, describe it in notes. Otherwise, as I said, it's easy to making to open double interpretation. If you have everything written and very transparent, it usually helps. To doesn't have those things.
Right.
After the meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. What we are describing together is basically open decision framework.
We are.
Yeah, that's great. Is very interesting to listen. I wanted to remark a point that just put on the table, that is transparency, and as you are saying in the beginning, be very clear that the decision needed to be taken, and also I would add, be very clear on the rules.
Right.
of how this decision will be taken. So time is important, but also are we voting in the end? Are we contributing? Are we set down all the contribution and take 2 days for the final decision to get the contribution? And who is the final decision taker?
Stefano is talking about being crisp and clear up front about what the process will be. Some people, they use a RACI matrix where they say, this matrix describes who's responsible, who's accountable. What does C stand for? I don't remember. Consulted, who will be consulted, and who will be informed. So having a really clear description of roles and rules, that can also help to make the compromise. At work, for some matters where we need acts and NACs, this decision is going to need 3 acts. I guess it stands for acknowledgement, probably. So that's like a voting mechanism. Yes, friend in the back.
I want to put, maybe throw a bomb on the last, Stefano's point. Is transparency going to make me any happier if I don't like the outcome? So if there is a decision being made that I don't like, am I as a person affected going to be happier or more the decision if I knew who made it, why, in which process, versus if I'm just giving the decision? Because I'm willing to say that it doesn't affect happiness, it makes the process transparent, fair, a lot of different adjectives, but overall my happiness or unhappiness, so win-lose, is not much better because I'm still not happy with the decision. So it's like we are deciding whether we eat tacos or pizza, and I may be in the process of discussing, okay, let's go for tacos because it's cheaper. Versus I still have to eat tacos whether I like it or not. We navigate over this.
Yeah, the tacos and pizza scenario has grown and become the question or the comment is about transparency not necessarily yielding happiness. If I thought I had a stake in this decision and I don't win, I don't get my way, then does the transparency help me? Would I have been happier if someone said, hey, we're going for tacos, and I didn't feel like I had a vote? Maybe. I think my advice here would be understand and sign off on the decision framework that you're participating in. Believe it's legitimate, or participate in something else.
It's easy to answer. Imagine that you got an urgent phone call, then you're hanging up, and the decision is you're going to eat tacos. Are you more happy not knowing why, not even knowing why?
Yeah, so in fact, that's the thing. I was thinking from the perspective that, I own a process, I own some framework, and then I'm aware that the decisions that my process is making, they make people unhappy. But at the same time, as I said, you cannot make everyone happy. So I'm trying to ask myself, is it going to be helpful if I give all the people all the details about how we make decisions, about all the process? Like, as a person on the other side, as a person affected, how much details should I give you to help you? Because I take it for granted that you will not be happy with this decision, and now I'm trying to make your situation better. So, I'm trying to pet you, because anyway you are going to be happy, but maybe I can do some, some hacks and tricks to make you less unhappy. This is effectively what I'm trying to get here.
The summary of this one would be, I think the summary is thank you. I think the summary is be mindful of how much detail is meaningful when you're communicating a decision. Not always complete detail of the entire decision log, not always be the best. My question for folks is, we have about 15 minutes left, and we've got a couple more strategies to talk about, including this one, which I think you're not going to like. This one is avoidance. Would it be okay to move on to avoidance now? Should we avoid the avoidance slide? All right, so with avoidance, nobody takes action to resolve the conflict. And so we think of this as lose-lose. I didn't get my way, you didn't get your way either. So the conflict is unresolved. But kind of the question is, why the heck would you ever want that? When would that be better? And it actually is better sometimes. So timing is a constraint, right? If all of us know, keep wasting time on it, we're never going to move to the bigger, more important issue. Okay, avoid that one. You don't need the fuss of not being able to solve it. Focus on what's more important. And avoidance is okay. That conflict didn't help us. If sorry, it's just being divorced twice. I have some experience with this one. When the people who are involved need a chance to cool down and spend time apart. You know, it's not actually true that you should resolve everything in that minute. Sometimes your feelings are hurt. They are hurt. You can't hear each other anyway. If you need time, it can be okay to say, let's table this for now. You just have the right scope of authority to resolve this one. Maybe someone else is better able to resolve it. Like, kids are playing with a doll. Someone rips its head off. Now they can't fix it anymore, and they're really mad. They probably can't resolve that. Probably someone else, more empowered, with an engineering background like me, should resolve it. Sometimes, this is a hard one to explain, sometimes the impact of dealing with the conflict is going to damage everyone involved. You can solve it, but it's going to hurt everyone. In your head, and you see, we're all going to get hurt if we do this, then it might be better to avoid it. So those are some cases where we'd like to avoid a conflict. I had this once in a document I was writing. It was a document for a promotion, so people were going to vote on it. And the reviewer said something, and I did not agree with them, and they did not agree with me. And it became a painful situation. You know, in the end, what we decided to do was, the person who is the decision maker can see the conflict, decide, but for that reviewer and I to keep going back and forth, so we avoided it. Anything else on avoidance? Yes?
I wanted to say that the first one, when the issue is a minor one, I think it usually naturally happens this way if both parties think that it's minor. In my experience, very often one person thinks it's a minor, but other person thinks the opposite, and that's why conflict continues, even then when one person tries to avoid it.
That was a beautiful comment about we don't always know how much a conflict matters to someone else. Maybe we think we can ignore it, but to them it wasn't. Thank you. Yes?
I also avoid people when I feel like I'm not being heard in early discussion. So like earlier you mentioned having a discussion, then feeling not being heard, then I start avoiding it because it doesn't feel useful. So why not even start the discussion?
Here we're talking about, kind of depression or the giving up. You know, you've participated in a discussion, it didn't go well. You want to protect yourself from that feeling, and so you decide, I'm going to let it go.
And saving time.
And save time. And thank you. Competition, where one person says, I'm going to use dominance and power, and I'm going to make this decision for you. This conflict will hereby be ended by the sledgehammer approach. This works sometimes if you've tried methods and they failed, you might need a decision like this. If it's an emergency, you have to have a quick resolution, and there is no time for debate, then sometimes this is appropriate. Or, and I have one, I knew I was going to get to GNOME versus KDE. Yes, I knew it. In situations where an unpopular decision has to be made. So back in the day, in 2003, I think, my startup was acquired by Novell. So my startup, Zimian, we were, oh, Pino knows my best KDE friend. We were founded by the founder of the GNOME project. So we were a GNOME shop. Novell acquired us. The Linux desktop is the future. We said, yes, we know. Then, here's SUSE. And we said, we thought the Linux desktop was the future and you were going to go with GNOME. And they said, well, yes, we have GNOME, we have KDE, and we're going to make a decision. And you know what? You do know, right? They didn't make a decision. A bunch of us quit within 3 years. To scattered applause.
Can I have a question regarding the previous one?
Yeah, a question about.
What do you think about the strategy is that you know your community and you know people for some time, you know how they behave, how they discuss, you know what they like and so on. And what I'm doing every now and then, and probably I shouldn't be saying this because overall we may comment that this is a bad strategy. I know from the very beginning of some issue that I'm going to make a decision at the end, using whichever argument I want, but I will take the authority to make the decision. But I let people discuss because I know that there are some people who are not going to like the decision I make. So this is kind of what we discussed before. So I give them this feeling that they are discussing, that their point is being taken, even though I've made my point even before they were pulled into the discussion. So, you know, of course, as long as they don't know, but people are smart. I assume that at some point they realize this. But it seems to work. I mean, till now, it's still better to do this rather than to make a decision, you know, behind closed doors and just say. So I'm a bit puzzled because I treat them like smart people, but at the same time, knowing myself, I would have already called the bluff a long time, you know.
Well, if you work on this guy's project, you gotta watch him.
I think what can help with that is at least acknowledge that you heard them and you take their feedback, but you're not going to address right now and maybe in the future. Then at least they feel heard and less overruled.
So I'm not sure because it resembles a bit, you know, saying, I hear you, but. And this is something that I, in my catalog, I don't do. Like, the moment I write somewhere in the comment, I hear you, but, I failed as a person. So I don't want to do this, but at the same time, the way I'm treating them is not good either, so.
I'm wondering, maybe you're, because maybe this is a problem of communicating all the needs and all the reasons why you're making that decision, because I think if people clearly understand, okay, I value, I don't know, maybe this one thing over all the others, and that's why I'm making this decision, then maybe they'd see, oh, like, discussion about this is futile because, like, the ethos of the project requires this decision to be made. Because I think that discussion tends to go on, and because people think, oh, you know, maybe this is a discussion about the ethos of the project, and maybe okay.
Yeah, it's usually the value discussion, so that's why the authority has to step in because people have values, project has values, and company has values, and good luck aligning all of them.
This was a discussion for our streaming friends about the role of a decision maker when they've made a decision, but they still want to encourage communication because they're hoping to generate buy-in. So the last strategy for us to talk about, can you believe we have 5 minutes and 28 seconds left? So much for breaking you into groups and making you resolve conflicts together. You guys dodged the bullet there. All right, collaboration. This is a win-win. We've both worked together. We found a beautiful solution, but it is difficult and it takes a lot of time. It's not always appropriate. It's appropriate when you're trying to get at the root of a problem that's gone on for a long time. You've tried all these other strategies. They haven't resolved the ultimate problem that continues to occur. The tacos versus pizza problem has never gone away, and Sergey and I decide we're going to make lunch from now on, right? But you need everyone involved to be willing to investigate alternative solutions that they haven't necessarily thought of. So they have to be willing to say, I'm not looking for fame and glory for my decision here. And these are kind of some of the reasons that doing collaboration can be difficult. When our ego comes and says, I hope they pick mine because I am the best, they should know, makes it hard to collaborate. So we're running out of time. I will send my strategies to, not my strategies, I'll send my slides to the DevConf organizers. So if you ever want to look up anything, you'll have them here. I thought it would be helpful for you if I gave you a summary of 4 different conflict types, what works well and what doesn't work well. But I suspect you can all read. Since we have only 3 minutes left, I'm not going to read this to you. I guess for our last 3 minutes, what would you like to share? Have you thought of a conflict you wanted to talk about? Have you got any feedback? Never do this again, Anna. Anything on your minds? Yes. Alexander.
I think that most of the conflicts described here, even though they are like toy conflicts to discuss, stage conflicts.
Yeah.
Try to resolve them were like moves to transition into the next stage, and it leaves me wondering whether conflicts ever end. I think there's just a forgotten stage in it, and some transition into it, but it like really this reasoning doesn't really fit the overarching conflict, just the individual stages of it. Like you take 3 minutes to cool down, you name a text that's 3 minutes to go grab a shotgun, and now you're in an entirely different conflict arc. It's bigger, longer. I think we should analyze these ways.
So next time around, we'll work on Alex's point about what happens when we are really moving our conflict down the road. Change our personal investment. Maybe over time something looks healthier. Maybe we do build something together where we agree. Maybe external circumstances change the shape of our conflict. It won't always continue on and on.
Technical decision which is made, and then over time, all parties realize, oh, actually, it works. And that's totally fine. It's conflict that is completely finished.
Yes.
I just have a question about the organizational strategy. The conflict type, right? So you mentioned that accommodation does not work well.
Accommodation doesn't work well. So accommodation is where one party lets the other party win, right? So if I am having a conflict with the state of Michigan where I live, right? So if the state of Michigan were going to decide, oh, okay, Anna Syed, you win in this case. This just rarely happens. It creates a precedent of unfairness. It weakens the complete organizational system. Accommodation, allowing one-offs is not usually the best way to resolve this.
So it's actually from the perspective from the organization
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
individual.
Yeah. All right. Oh, our last comment with 39 seconds left. What do you have?
Okay, let's see if I can summarize. How would you foster and nurture
enter this culture of conflict resolution in a team that may be challenging at times? Do you think having a team training would be helpful, or how would you approach it?
I would model. So the question here was about, my poor friend Petter has to keep showing me this. Thank you so much for being willing, Petter. Petter's saying repeat the question. The question was how to get a team or group to learn conflict resolution strategies over time. One of them is verbosely model these strategies. Say out loud what you're doing. You can be the one showing fairness. You can say what you're doing. That's one. Training, yeah. A bunch of trainings exist. If you're a Red Hatter, there's, what do they call it? Crucial Conversations, right? You can take a Red Hat course called Crucial Conversations. LinkedIn has courses about this. There are a bunch of books. You said Aaron Meyer, something culture. Culture map. Our friend here gave you. So I would say provide learning resources, recognizing that different people appreciate different strategies and come from different backgrounds. Oh, we're 48 seconds over. All right. It was really beautiful to see you today. If I made some mistakes, please forgive me. It was just a pleasure to have your company. So thanks for coming.